Assalomu alaykum qadrli obunachilar, sizlar bilan Tohirbek kanalimda sizlarni ko'rib turganimdan boy to'g'risaman. Bugun sizlar bilan do'stlar yangi o'yin qo'llab, ya'ni kimdan oldingi biz Call of Juarez boshqa birchasini o'ynagan edik va bugun esa sizlar bilan yana bir boshqachasini o'ynaymiz. Lekin u ya'ni kim hozir biz o'ynayotgan qismi oldingi o'ynagan qismining davomi emas do'stlar. Bu umuman boshqa istoriya va umuman boshqa kovboy to'g'risida, ya'ni kim uni o'sha hayotida nima kechirgan va kimlar bilan jang qilgan, qanaqa sarguzashtlarni boshidan o'tkazgan, shu haqida gap boradi. Qulayroq va yaqinroq joylashib do'stlar, qiziqarli voqealar hali oldinda sizlarni kutib turibdi. Podдержкада bo'lamiz, qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz. Obuna bo'lmaganlar albatta obuna bo'lib qo'yamiz. Chatda faol bo'lamiz. Korolevskiy layklarni bosib qo'yasizlar do'stlar. Xo'p, bo'lmasa keyin biz nachat igru qilamiz va istoriya qilamiz. Istoriya qilganimizdan keyin bu yerda новая игра qilib biz albatta высокий qiyinroq rejimini обычный emas, ya'ni ki высокийsini tanlaymiz. Endi nastoящий zapad bor ekan, u afsuski u o'chiq. Agar yoqib bo'lganda men shuni tanlab o'ynagan bo'lardim. Lekin высокая anchagina o'zgarishi qiyin rejimdan hisoblanadi. Keyin bo'lmasa biz o'sha высокийni tanlab biz boshlaymiz. Ko'ramiz bu o'yin sizlarga qanchalik yoqadi. Buni albatta chatda yozib qoldiringlar do'stlar. Ibelan 1910-yil do'stlar. Mana o'sha bizani qahramonimiz kelyapti. Otlarda. O, mashinalar уже bu уже qanaqadir barga kiryapti o'sha do'stlar.
Don't I know you, sir?
Мы знакомы, сэр.
Don't believe so.
Не думаю. Я не был здесь уже много лет.
Name's Silas
Silas
Greaves.
Greaves.
Silas Greaves?
Silas Greaves?
The bounty hunter?
Охотник за головами?
Used to be.
Silas, да.
What are you doing
Что
here
делать у нас
in
в Авелин?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care
Просто
of.
проезжал
Well,
мимо.
sir,
Что
it
же,
would be
сэр,
an
для меня
honor if
будет
you would allow
честь,
me to buy
если
you a
вы
beer.
позволите купить вам.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to
Черт
drink
возьми,
it.
парень, для
I'm
меня.
Molly. Howdy.
Я Молли, привет.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar.
Men qisqa to'g'risida
bet you
gapirib
got some
o'taman
great
do'stlar.
stories.
Xullas, Silas Greaves bo'ladi. Bizani qahramonimiz va u
Jack,
bitta
be nice.
A few.
What about your
Barga
shootout with
kirgan
Henry
bo'ladi.
Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter? That's what it says in this here dime novel.
Hozirga bir
Don't
navbatga
believe
beraman,
everything
bu
you read
gapirib
in them
bo'lsin.
dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Billy
Damn
Kid'ni
right.
bu ko'rgan ekan
That
do'stlar, o'sha
scrawny son
mashhur
of a
bo'lgan
bitch had
kovboy
no
Billy
fear.
Kid.
Wouldn't back down for nobody.
I
Adashmasam bu
heard he
hayotda
collected
ham
the 10
bo'lgan,
stars off
adashmasam
any
bu.
crooked lawman who crossed it.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
Xo'p do'stlar, men sizlarga tushuntirib o'taman. Boyagi shu Silas Greaves bitta barga keladi, o'tiradi. U joydan shunchaki bir tasodifan o'tayotganda, o'sha joyda o'tirib, xullas o'sha yerdagi odamlar bilan gaplashib qoladi. O'sha bu mashhur o'sha kovboychi bo'ladi. Keyin bitta bola uni gapiga solib, "Men seni haqingda, men kitobda o'qigandim, sen haqingda menga gapirib bergin, nima bo'lgandi, kitobdagi bo'lganmidi, menga o'zingning hayotingni gapirib bergin" deb gapirib o'tishadi va orada o'sha suhbat qizg'in bo'lib, bu o'sha bizning mashhur personajimiz o'zini istoriyasini gapirib beradi. O'sha gapirayotgan vaqtda biz uni o'ynaymiz do'stlar. Eng qizig'i shunda bo'ladiki, bunda u har bitta gapirayotganda hattoki bir xillari fantastika bo'ladi, bir xillari qanaqadir boshqacha bo'ladi. O'yinni davomida sizlar kuzatsanglar ham bo'ladi. Bir ikkitalari hatto ketadiki, "Yo'q, bunaqa kitobda yozilmagan-ku, unaqa bo'lmaydi-ku" desa, u esa boshqacha gapiradi. Endi bilmadim, u qanchalik yolg'on gapiradi, qanchalik to'g'ri gapiradi, lekin uni bitta narsasi bor, unga u ko'p, ya'ni kim ichib qo'ysa, kayfi oshib qolsa, har xil narsalarni gapiraveradigan bo'ladi. O'zi prikolniy bir ajoyib bir o'yin. To'g'risida bu. Keyin bo'lmasa biz boshlaymiz. Murusmon. Hop, qalaysiz aka? Xudo xohlasa keyingi kuzgi streamni faslda qilamizmi? Faslddami? Sizga ham yaxshimisiz? Xush kelibsiz. Faslda to'g'risini aytsam, menimcha hozir men Danat o'ynamasam kerak faslda. Chunki globalda men o'sha tugatishim kerak. Faslda to'g'risini men aytadigan bo'lsam, o'ta juda ham qiyin o'ynash. Men oldin o'ynab ko'rganman, lekin juda ham qiyin. Adashmasam bir oychami, 2-3 hafta, yo bir oyga ham men bormaydi, bir 2 haftachami o'ynaganman bo'ldi. Shundan buyon o'ynamaganman. Xo'p, bo'lmasa biz o'zimiz o'yinimizga qaytamiz do'stlar.
It was about 30 years ago. Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs.
Вы заработали оба за самоистинно. Так, чтобы продолжить jurnal, buni hozir qilamiz. Va mana do'stlar, bizda
I threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance on was
yil
riding with Billy's
23 dekabrda
enemies.
ko'rsatyapti.
But
Mana shu
before I
bizning
tell you
joyimiz.
why I want that some bitch dead,
Bizga ochkolarni beribdi. Bu yerda qo'shimcha ochkolar ham bo'ladi do'stlar. Biz mana bu yerdan xullas ochkolarimizni qo'yib olamiz. O'zi bu yerda 3 xil bo'ladi. Bu o'sha revolverniki, bu vintovkaniki, bu rabashkida adashmasam. Rabashki. Qolagan 3 ta navkumizdan biz qilamiz. Endi men bir hozir revolverda
I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly
shunaqa gaplar. Hozir do'stlar, 1 daqiqa, 5 daqiqa tanaffus. 1 daqiqa emas, 5 daqiqa ekan. Tanaffus.
the other kind of funny.
Hop do'stlar. Shu yerdamizlar, men keldim. O'zi faslda nima qilib beradi? Endi faslda u ham bitta o'yinni bir turi, faqat o'sha sayt orqali o'sha CS:GO o'yinni ulab o'ynaysiz. Unda faqat global emas, ya'ni kim level bo'ladi. 10-levelgacha prokachat qilishingiz kerak bo'ladi. Bo'ldi. Sanjar Pabgir, assalomu alaykum Tohir aka, yaxshimisiz? Ishlaringiz yaxshimi? Sog'lig'ingiz joyidami? Oilangiz tinchmi? Sevgi omad, men keldim. Bu yog'i kovboychasiga. Sizga ham assalomu alaykum, xush kelibsiz. Sanjar, rahmat kattakon. Maroqli tomosha, xayrli kech. Ha, bu yog'i kovboychasiga endi jang bo'ladi. Xo'p, bo'lsa biz yo'limizni davom ettiramiz. Muqoz gapirib beryapti do'stlar. Xudoga kinolarga o'xshab. Men harakat qilaman, uni gap so'zlarini sizlarga tarjima qilib, umuman mohiyatini tushuntirib o'tgani. Mana bu sigirlar o'tlarni yeb mazza qilib dam olyapti-yu. First premium olsiz kino beradimi ekan? Hozirgi o'yin Borderlands o'xshar ekan grafikasi. Da, salpa o'xshashib ketadi, lekin bunda sal boshqacharoq. Danasini qilamiz. Skinlarni bilmadim. Bunda skin ham bo'laveradi, lekin uni Prime ham qanaqadir bir narsasi bor. To'g'risini aytsam, men PS'ga unchalik qiziqib ko'rmaganman, lekin uni ham ko'plar o'ynashadi. Faqatgina men uni bitta farqini bilganman. Oddiygi mana misolchim siz o'ynayotgan CS:GO MM shunaqa deyilardi. O'shanda anchagan lekin qiyin. Unda kill qilishingiz qiyinroq lekin. Mana do'stlar, o'ltirib qaranglar. Lezar bu hop, tushunadi. Bizda har bitta o'ldirganimizga qo'llarda ochko bo'lyapti. No, o'zga bilasizlar, qapashkani to'ladi. Yana kim
Was it Pat Garrett?
qo'yish qaranglar.
Oh yeah. I heard the shots and I knew I had to
Ochko'ni
move
ko'rsatdim
fast.
men do'stlar. Men tomondan har bitta olayotgan ochko'mizni bu tomonga biz qilamiz.
Garrett and his army of deputies had
Spasibility
surrounded the
diyor
entire
bandu.
homestead.
Gapirib beryapti, biz o'sha Billikni qutqarishimiz kerak ekan. Ajoyib
I
ko'rinishda.
decided to help Billy and the boys out.
Oho.
So that's just what I did.
Ajoyib ko'rinishda.
As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kids' apprehension, Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln County.
Yo'q bo'lishi kerak. Boshqa versiyasimi? Qay bu boshqasi? Boshqa, ya'ni kim boshqachasi? Ya kuchli bular. Bu yaxshiroq ekan oldingizdan. Ha, bunisini yaxshiroq qilgancha, grafika tomonlama ham, ochishma tomonlama ham anchagina yaxshiroq qilingan bu. Tak, belgi tomonga o'tib olamiz.
Garrett's men were running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off.
Qaraydi zamonlar. Naql ko'rib olamiz. Bunisi yaxshi ekan. Ha, bunisi o'zimga ham lekin yoqdan anchagina qiziqroq ekan buni. Ochishmalarda ham anchagina tolchin odam o'zi otayotganda ham chusut qiladi. Qo'yganmi? Realistasi zo'r ekan. Odamlardagi baqirib bir nimalar qilib yana rosa men bo'p o'ynayotgan bir o'tkazib ko'raman. Albatta, men tavsiya qilaman. Bu zo'r o'yin.
Still, one of them reached the water tower.
Tushunarli, bu bizga paskan
Not a
ko'rsatdi.
bad idea. It would be a turkey shoot from up there. Luckily, these shooters
Yeah,
Garrett
we'll
hired
go.
weren't the sharpest tools in the
Zadaniyamizdan
shed.
ko'rib olamiz. Hozir qayerda edi? Убить всех врагов вокруг фермерского домика. Так, bu yerdagi hamma dushmanlarni yo'q qilishimiz kerak bo'ladi. Mana shu fermadagi tepa tomonga chiqib boramiz.
The right position is
Hali yana
very
ikkita ham
important.
oladi do'stlar. O'sha
Personally, I
adashmasam,
prefer
mana
to be
ikkitasi
on
bor ekan.
top.
Oh, you do?
Ikkita ham oladi.
Indeed, darling. But where was I? Oh yeah.
Voy voy, xatko'rlik bo'lishimizga tushib ketdimi? Do'stlar, like bosamiz, qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz va podashka bo'lamiz.
A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
Ancha zo'r. Abraqon. Salom aka. Va alaykum assalom. Sizga hammas yaxshimiz. Kepsiz maroqli tomosha. Bu o'tgan safarga aka-uka kovboy o'yinimi? Yo'q, u emas, bu umuman boshqa. Aka-uka kovboy o'yini biz tugatdik. Umuman boshqa kovboyimizni boshqa personajimizning istoriyasi.
I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window.
Zadaniyamiz men bu tomondan bo'lyapti. Hozir bir daqiqa do'stlar.
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the wheel. I cut their numbers in half, but that just made the ones that were left twice
Musiqasi
as
ham
mad.
ancha zo'r ekan-da. Ancha zo'r.
They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo. It was a bit of a slog, but
Like any
I
wish you
finally
could have
fought my
bought
way around the back of the house.
O, mana qayerga ochish. Suvlarni qo'yib biz bu yoqdan kirib boramiz.
And like that, I was inside, none the worse for wear.
Bu yoq tomonga emas, bu
I
tomonga
passed her
chiqamiz.
today,
Taqdir bu bizani sherigimiz, mitimimiz.
and upstairs I found Billy and Charlie Bowlby.
Bu o'sha voqealarni gapirib beryapti. Billy deb.
Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo. Grab a gun and get to the window."
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
O, bizga mana o'sha
Yeah,
beryapti o'sha.
sort of. Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us harm.
Aka, sal nasokadan gaman tushirib qo'ying, yorug'roq bo'lib ketibdi. Endi bu достижение справка para gammasini olib qani. Men bilmadim, bu yerda hozir gammas, bu yerda hozir hammasi o'chiq. Anga bu вроде бы нормально это ko'rinyapti lekin. Объемас, управлениясida. Ya, bu yerda menimcha hozir normal turib shekilli. Tak, bu tugas. Ya, bu bo'ldi hozir nima bitdi ekan. Bo'lmasa biz sal turamiz bo'lmasa mana.
I'm telling you, Garrett's men were dropping
Endi
like
qanaqa
flies,
amallar
but they
valyum
just kept
ko'rinishlari.
on coming.
Bo'ldi aka. 480pda shunaqa ekan. Endi bunda to'g'rilandi. Yoki yuqori qo'ying, tez qara.
That's when Charlie got hit. They're catching us in a crossfire, shouted Billy. Get to the other side.
Rahatkorroq bo'lamiz do'stlar. O'qlab olamiz. O'qlab bo'lsamiz, qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz va foydali bo'lamiz. O'yinimizdan ko'tarildi.
Where'd he come from?
Havkimizni kelib qo'yib olamiz. Hozir bo'ya to'lib ko'mib kelib mana shuni qo'yib olamiz. Tepa tarafdan tushyapti. Tepada emas, bu yonda. Bu hali ham o'tyaptimi bu?
Cocksuckers I personally put down. It was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. They got a Gatling, Billy shouted. Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention. I said that it was time to cut and run. He directed that order at me. And I thought, why the hell do I have to do it? But I went anyway. Dumbass that I was back then. Many would have fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Jack is just joshing with you.
Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Greaves, please continue.
Please, call me Silas, ma'am.
Acayip sakrashlar
Where
bilan
was
bo'ldi.
You were heading for the barn.
Tepaga chiqib qolamiz.
Gonna scalp your ass. Making my way past the castle.
Meni bu yoq fantaziyga bo'lib ketdi. Bu shunaqa gapirib beryapman nega? Ashna qosib tashladim deb.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these hapless bastards would pop up. Finally, I had the stables within my reach.
Hayat tomonga boramiz do'stlar.
And that's when I met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
Azbekot, assalomu alaykum. Va alaykum assalom. Sizga ham assalomu alaykum. Xush kelibsiz.
Backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
Oh, mana do'stlar, endi hozir duel bo'ladi.
you challenged him to a showdown.
You read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
Tak, bizga botda tushuntirib o'tyapti. Tak, biz ham bunaqa pritsep o'ylab turamiz, do'stlar. Yuqoriga o'tib, faqat mana shunisi sal qiyinroq. Ishlari joyidami? Omad streamga va sizga ham rahmat kattakon. Rahmat, Azbek, Allohga shukr, rahmat. O'zi nima gaplar? Yaxshimi? Sog'liqlar. Да, нажмите, чтобы достать свое оружие, прицелиться с помощью, а затем стреляйте с полученного, либо какие-то вот того. U birinchi otvordi chunki e'tibor berdilar, pritsel yuqoriga ketib qoldi. Mana shunisini sal yumshoqroq ekanligini tushunishimi. Xullas, mana shu pritsel shu odamda bo'lib turishi kerak, do'stlar.
Killed him in a fair fight.
Is that what that penny dreadful said?
Bu kitobda shunaqa gapirgan ekan. O'zi aslida boshqacharoq bo'lgan ekan. Hozir mana bu orqaga ko'rsatib gapirib beryapti. Hozir.
So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables. I stepped inside and last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on, how did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
Продолжить qilamiz. Mana shu gapirib beryapti do'stlar. Keyin nima bo'ldi deyapti bu?
After I came to, bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
Bu epizoddan biz do'stlar o'tdik, birinchi epizoddan. Bu shu gapirib beryapti.
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive.
Bu sal eskiroq o'yin bo'lsa kerak. Endi
Indeed they did. Sends me to hang right along with the kid.
Lekin adash yilini adashmasam to'g'ri 10 yildan oshib qoldi lekin.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after.
Qamoqqa tushib qolishdi. 1881-yilda ko'rsatib bizga.
He was with John Kinney's gang.
Biz ko'ra
They were
olmaymiz
sworn enemies of
naql.
Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine.
Bu hozir bizga qochishimiz uchun yordam beradi, kalit totadi. Biz o'sha yerdan qochib ketamiz do'stlar.
Luckily, it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape too.
Mana o'sha kalitni bizga berilyapti. Biz buni olib hozir.
My first order of business was finding a firearm.
Bu hech narsa yo'q, bu hech narsa yo'q. Hech narsa yo'q, bu yerdan qochamiz. Tak bu olov tushunyapti.
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shot.
Baba Ollinger ekan. Baba Ollinger оружиesi do'stlar. Bu tira bash bo'ladi.
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape.
Mana shu bizga yordam berib qo'ygan bo'lyapti Billisi. Mana do'stlar. Biz tepadan chiqib ketamiz. Drabash qaraylik zo'rligini.
That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer. It could blow a man clear off his feet. You hardly had to aim the damn thing.
Tak, butun narsa yo'q. Tepaga chiqamiz do'stlar.
Can't let the kid get away. Anybody see him?
Hop, bu tomonga borishimiz kerak bo'lyapti. Qochamiz, sakraymiz.
I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn
fantastik bo'lib ketdi, buni gapirish bo'yicha.
Planks where I could, but some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms. Suddenly, I was a fugitive.
Ertalab soat 7:30da ketganman ishga. Endi keldim. Doimdek charchadim, uxlab qolmasam bo'ldi. Nimaga agar
I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of
keyin
there.
buni ko'rishdan bo'ladi. Buni olamiz,
I
o'qlarni.
tried to be stealthy and sneak my way past.
This town doesn't have a moment's peace.
Yuribdi bo'pti.
You! But hell if they weren't all waiting for me.
Tak, bizda navkimiz chiqibdi, keldi, bo'pti. Hop. Endi mashq qilib qo'yamiz. Mashq kerak ekan.
Apparently some of them thought I was Billy.
Kelsa o'shanda bo'ldi bo'lmasa.
Hooligans can go to hell.
Voy yarmas.
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and color. I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
Bilamiz. Qo'lning taq qo'ying. Sniper bo'lib ketdi. Raxmat, qo'lning taq qo'yganman. Man.
I don't get paid enough. Leave him to me.
Tomladan qadildiram yuribdi.
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. Though I never did have a great fondness for four-legged grass eaters. Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts.
Agar mana shu o'qdan bilasizlarmi do'stlar, qochib qutula olmasak, u bizani otib qo'ysa, xullas bizani o'ldiradi u. Shunisi ham bor, shuni ham inobat ko'rasizlar. Tak. Anca o'tdi boshqa yo'q. Точно boshiga ketdi o'zi ham. Tak, qayerga boramiz bizda? Xo'p, qaysi bu yoq tomonga tushishimiz kerak ekan. Qiyinda o'ynayapsizmi menimcha? Ha, qiyinda. Bundan yanada qiyini yo'q ekan. To'g'rirog'i ochilmagan. Xo'p. Deb boramiz. Ha, bu yoq tomonga tusharkanmiz.
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Hozir bo'ladi do'stlar.
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free. so I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town.
Aç bo'lamiz.
I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on my head.
Because everybody in Lincoln would be dead?
No,
Voy
they all
yerimiz.
thought I was Billy, and all that blame would fall on him. Meanwhile, Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun. Anyway, it was me or them, and the only way forward led me straight to perdition. But the cards were dealt, and I had no choice but to play them.
It's a winner off the street! On your tail! Stop him! How the hell did he get away? Let's do this!
Do'stlar, like bosamiz, qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz, papadeshlar bo'lamiz. Bo'lamiz.
Don't let him get away!
Tak, bu o'qimiz qolmadi. Tak, mana buni olishimiz kerak.
Stop him!
Voy, yaxshi bo'ldi.
Deep shit with that!
O'qila olamiz. Hali yaqinroq bormasak bo'lmaydi do'stlar.
Finally, I found what I was looking
Tabiat
for.
o'ngga to'lamiz.
The stables on the edge of town.
Qattiqroq bo'lish kerak. Bu o'yin bo'yicha as bo'lib ketibsiz. Endi bu o'yinni to'g'ri men uni o'ynaganman. Tak, ko'ramiz, bitta yana boramiz. Tak. O tomonga boramiz.
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Well, sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit
Bu
out.
yerda hozir hikoyani boshqa ketdi. Bunaqa bo'lmadi, bunaqa bo'ldi. U menimcha birinchi ani ko'rdi. Va hozir bu bilan duel bo'ladi do'stlar.
I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun. So we stood there in the middle of the street, eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
Unda hozir ikkala tomonni ham qarab turish kerak. Ham qo'liga, ham mana pritselni poylab turishimiz kerak do'stlar. Bu birinchi otib qo'ya qoldi. Agar men undan oldinroq agar chiqarganda qanaqadir bu yerda chestный boy va nechestный boy degan qanaqadir bir ochishma funksiyasi bor, bilmadim. O'shanisini men hech raqamlarda chestный o'qib, bir xatim chestный. Kelib yot tomonga hozir o'tib olamiz. Qorinni qaraylik. Mana shu qoringa poylab otib olsam.
I killed him in a fair fight. Everybody saw I had no damn choice. Well, Lincoln got a mite depopulated that day. That
Ana
Garrett
oldinda
gunned down
chiste
Billy 3
bitta
months
bo'ldi.
later.
Hech qanaqasiga
So his
xatolik
escape
bo'lmadi.
was all
Yaxshi
for
ketdi
naught
lekin.
anyway.
Va davom ettiramiz do'stlar. Biz bu joydan ham o'tdik.
So where'd you go after Lincoln?
Mexico. Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Ruales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
Epizod 2 do'stlar, Cowboy.
The most vicious
Bu o'sha
outlaw gang
Meksikaga
in
otgan
Cochise
bo'ladi
County?
o'sha.
Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take them hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
Pulya для старика. Aka o'yinning ovozi baland. O'yinning ovozi baland. Biz hozir ko'ramiz hozir. Muzikasini sal pasaytirib qo'yamiz. Effekti mana bunda, громкость речи bunda. Ancha mana bunda qilamiz. Menimcha bo'ldi.
So was the bastard you were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was
Chunki
his
bunda
name.
hech naqa tezkor otmasa bo'lmaydi.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising.
Hozir mana shu joylar biroz sal qiyinroq bo'ladi do'stlar.
The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there! There! ¿Quién carajo es, hombre?
I did my best to help those poor passengers.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Call of Duty
later, the
o'yindek
attackers
tasavvur
were dead.
qilyapman, lekin sal
And I
boshqacha.
checked the stagecoach to see how
Bu
many
ham Call of
passengers were still
Duty,
breathing.
bu ham faqat Call of Juarez bu. Ham o'sha bir xil lekin. Tak. Bo'ldi, yotaman bo'lishimiz kerak edi.
None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did. They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else they had. Yep, the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Tarjima qilib bering. Bu xullas gapirayotgan bo'ladi o'sha o'tirayotgan o'sha barda. Bu hozir adashtirib yubordi. Kimdir bilan mana endi to'g'rilab qo'ydi. Men boshqa bilan urishyotgandim. Ayo, men adashib ketibman. Men cowboylar bilan urishyotgandim aytgancha mana hozir boshqatdan gapirib beryapti.
I was still pretty green, but often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo. I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. To get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first.
Men qo'yib qo'yaman, men yaxshi ekan.
Stand and fight, coward!
Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another
Juda
perfect
kulgili o'yin
example of
ekan,
my
yo
relative
men boshqasi bilan
inexperience as a
deb
hunter
boshda
of men.
qilib. Shunaqa bu prikolni o'yindan bir tomondan qilgan.
I immediately knew that a
Ham bu
tactical
gapirib
retreat
berayotgani
was
xuddi
called for,
rost
as my
gapirayotganga
vengeful
o'xshaydi.
fury
Bir
was
xillarda
much
juda ham
less impressive without the
oshirib
bullets to
o'tganga
back it
o'xshaydi.
up.
Bir xillarda o'zini maqtab yoradi. Hozir menimcha bu yerda ham oshirib yuryapti shekilli gapirib.
Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim. Look, serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament.
Qochamiz do'stlarga. O'zi gapirib o'zi yo'llari ham o'zi o'zgarib ketdi. Qanaqa bo'ldi deb.
I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me. Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this.
Where's he gonna run to now?
Mana o'qimam qolmadi, hech narsam qolmadi
I just
deyapti
kept
bu.
running, not knowing where
Shunga
the
men
hell I was
yurdim, men
going.
qochdim, bor
And that's
kuchim
when
bilan.
something miraculous happened.
Amboda tepadan
Like manna
qanaqadir
from
kimdir ham
heaven,
tushdi
I
deb.
found the desiccated
Yolg'on,
remains of what
bilmadim,
looked like an
fantastik
Apache
bordi.
warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good. And he would
O'qlarni ham
know.
oldim men deyapti, u mana.
And imagine my
Dinamitlarni ham
surprise
qo'yib
when I
qo'ygan.
found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo.
Hop.
That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running. The old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat. My fury knew no bounds.
Where's he going?
Zo'r bo'ldi, zo'r tushdi lekin.
It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
Hozir biroz sal o'sha qiyinroq bo'ladi do'stlar. Chunki mana buni biz yo'q qilishimiz kerak.
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, Clanton, I'm coming for you!
O
A
tepalikka
little
chiqishimiz
stealth
kerak
might have made
bo'ladi.
more sense, to be perfectly
Mana shu
honest.
joylari lekin biroz sal
Because that
qiyinroq.
old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me. Not if I was to find and kill Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun. Most everyone thought it was the Juarez who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
Oho, ozgina qoldi bor.
Where'd you get that?
Aytgancha o'zi mana shuni qanaqadir o'ldirish biroz sal qiyinroq. Tabiiyki, davom berishning qonuniyliklari kerak. Tomonga bora olamiz. Voy voy, ko'p otib tashladi bu. Yaxshigina joni ham ko'p ekan do'stlar, o'zi buni ham.
Apparently one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps. And that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
Bunda hech qanaqasiga qo'shingga biz jang qilmadik, duel qilmadik. Mana shu точность 55% bo'libdi. Buraga u bitta 50 tasini bizda yo'q tashlab.
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo.
1882-yilda 4-marta Arizonada ekan do'stlar.
They were loaded for bear.
Hop, kelib bo'lsa biza o'qlarimizni hamma joyda qatga borishimiz kerak ekan. Tabiiyki, Lisapilka, shu Lisapilka tomonga borishimiz kerak. Haligi daraxtlarni kesadigan oqadigan joyga borib o'sha tomonga. Assalomu alaykum.
So, what exactly
did Johnny Ringo was себе?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Второй блюдо.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Roscoe Bob Bryant? Да.
They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why.
Hozirni gapirib berib bilmayman.
First, I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Herb's coming!
Get ready, boys. Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise, and after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the clans wanted revenge.
Ozgina qoldi. Salom deb hamma yo'q tashadi, chunki jahli chiqib ketdi o'shanga.
So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil. Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they thought I was.
That ain't Herb, is it? I got a bullet with your name on it, boy.
Tomona turibdi. Hop. Qayerga bo'lyapti? Aha, orqa tomonga bo'lyapti. Qancha bu tomonda hech narsa yo'q do'stlar. Unisi ketdik biz bu tomonga. Do'stlar, like bo'lsangiz qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz va paydoshlar bo'lamiz. Sal qoldi.
There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other. And I was beginning to wish I had one myself. But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed.
Hop, ochko'yimiz ana. Qaysini qo'ysak bo'lar ekan? Tak, bu yopiq. Tak, gluboko kirmayotgan kuchlar возможность boshqa patron. O, mana shu kerak. Ko'proq patron olib turadi do'stlar. O'zi patron biroz sal yetmayapti.
They say that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cap.
Oh. Bye.
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have taken it.
That lunger should have kept his nose out of it. They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Earp.
Everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back. That was common knowledge.
Tak, hop, men bitta qanaqa daraja bor ekan do'stlar, o'shani
Ringo had nothing to do with
o'rniga bo'lyapti.
it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, umuman bo'lmaydi do'stlar, revolver babi yaxshi.
Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Tak, bu tomondagi chiqim krisalayum. Ya, hozircha ko'rinmayapti. Wait.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot.
Bunga bilmayman, bolaga qanaqadir yolg'on xabarlarni gapirib tashlab shekilli. Faqat o'yin bilasizmi, o'yin ajoyib zo'r qilgan. Bunda ham mana shu ruscha перевод qilmagan nimagadir. Ruscha перевод qilganda yanada ancha qiziqarli bo'lardi do'stlar. Hop, yo tomonga qaytdi bu. Men yo tomonga borishimiz kerak ekan. O'sha daraxtlarni kesib nimadir yuradigan joy ekan o'zi. Bular daraxtlarni kesadigan joy bo'lyapti. Nima gaplar ekan, biroqon?
Where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack. Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Tak, bu tomonda ham hech kim yo'q. Ajoyib bo'ldi. Tepadagi oxirgi bitta dinamit bor edi. O'shani ham olsak. Adashmasam ikkitami qolib ketdi. O yana paydo bo'lib ketdi. Yaxshi. Har vaqtda shunday paydo bo'lib qolaversin. Ozgina qoldi. Avtomat bermaydimi aka? Yo'q, bunda endi kovboylarda, o'zi avtomatda yurmagan. Kovboylarda ichi revolver, drabashda yurgan bo'ldi. Xo'p. Qoldi bu.
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind. That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
Tak, bu vintovka yo'q. Vintovka bizga hozir kerak ekan. Tak, agar men hamlarni o'zgartirganda nima bo'ladi? Yo'q, buzilmas ekan. Qaysi tomonga shunda ketirilmayapti do'stlar? Bu yoq tomonga, tushunarli. Hozir bir daqiqa do'stlar. Xo'p do'stlar. O'tamizlar biz davom ettiramiz. Abrayxon, qanaqa zadaniya bajaryapmiz aka? Zadaniya hozir Billni xullas biz topishimiz kerak bo'lyapti. Billni topishimiz kerak bo'lyapti. Ilgakli Bill bo'lyapti, bilmayman, dushmanlardan shekilli.
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'll paint a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream led to a verdant valley.
What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand.
Michael, aka, assalomu alaykum. Va alaykum assalom. Assalomu xush kelibsiz. Tak, bu tomonda menimcha bilmadim hozir. Bu o'ta shubhali jimjitlik do'stlar. Suv qaranglar, agar suvga tushib ketsa to'g'ri bu o'ladi do'stlar. Tadbirroq bo'lishimiz kerak.
Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo and his compadres took off into the lumberyard and I followed them.
O'shaning uchun bu gapiryapti. U o'tirib o'sha yerdagilarga gapirib beryapti. Mana do'stlar, Kuchaviy Bill. Mashinamizni yo'q qilishimiz kerak. Dam oladigan dachilar-ku-da. Pobili Kuchaviy Bill.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me.
Plus, Mama Billni endi yo'q qilishimiz kerak.
You working for Wyatt Earp? Is that some big cat send you to kill me, boy?
Tak, orqa tomondan kimdir ham otyapti lekin. Kim otyapti? bitta suvga tushib bering. Voy, bu sakraydi. Men shu yot tomondan o'zi o'ta olmasa kerak o'zi o'yindan anaqasi. Agar mabodo tushib ketsa, men shu o'ladi lekin. Tushmadi. Men bitta kimdir ham otib lekin. Aka CS:GO'da общий zona bor. Ma'lum sanab kirib ko'ring. Nechta zona? Endi xullas ko'p. Men o'yingan kartalarim, bilganlarim 3 ta. O'zi ko'p. Qani u. O'rimni qoldi u. Ozgina qoldi do'stlar.
Gave me no choice but to take his life. But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Boshqa joyda sen uni o'ldirmagansan, uni o'sha xalos bo'lganda uni umuman boshqa joyda topgansa, bu endi o'zini gapirib beryapti, yolg'on gapirib tashyaptimi, o'zi to'qib tashyapti. Yo'q, unaqa bo'lmagan, bunaqa bo'lgan deb. Va aslida u yoq tomonda emas, umuman boshqa tomonda o'lgan-ku deb gapirib beryapti. Johnny Ringo ekan.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Sorry I had to ruin the legend for you, boy. But the legend ain't always true. Doc Holliday had nothing to do with the death of Johnny Ringo. I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
3-chi epizod do'stlar. Buni navbatdagi raqibi o'sha Henry bo'ladi.
That's the one.
Oh yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
Великолепный одиночка ekan.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant, and hunting Plummer looked like a good way to get rich quick.
Endi shahar tomonga ketamiz do'stlar. Albatta selimiz o'sha tomonda bor shekilli. Tak, kelinglar hozir ko'rib buni nima? Kelinglar men bola qozim. Bizga bu narsalarni yaltiratib ko'rsatib turar ekan.
Plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
Oh, shaqqa juda yomon.
So close to all these goddamn barrels of gunpowder.
Why would you be?
Bu tishonsa yo'q.
No one has the cojones to come after us. As long as you don't light up a cigar, we're fine.
Besides, George is up there on the rocks with that rifle of his. Nothing gets past him. Oh yeah?
My late father pointed out to me more than once. God made man. Samuel Colt made him equal.
Şu shunda bochka bor ekan, shuni bosib borib otib yuborish kerak edi. Zo'r bo'ldi do'stlar. Menimcha buni ajoyib biz unga javob qildik. Qatga keyingisi ketadi, hozir ko'ramiz. Yotamanga ekan.
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches. There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings. Charlie Crow, blacksmith.
Oh, ajoyib do'st.
James, who worked in the stable.
O'zi ham xursand bo'libmiz.
Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's sons. Ordinary citizens who lived a double life. Stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors.
O'qlardan qochish qaranglar do'stlar, zo'r bo'lgan shunchami. O'sha like bosamiz, qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz va podashlar bo'lamiz.
Time to die!
Ma'lumotlar уже ekan, hop, qaniyni. Mana ma'lumotlar boshqacharoq, mana shunda kelinglar yurib ko'ramiz. Ko'ramiz bu hozir qanaqa otadi bu.
The rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach.
Another portilgan bombalar bile.
I was outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it. They must have thought I was touched, or had some kind of death wish, seeing as there were barrels of gunpowder everywhere.
Watch out for the goddamn gunpowder!
One stray bullet, one stray spark, and I'd be blown to hell and gone.
Nechani otvorsa bular hamyoq portlab ketadi deb tushuntiryapti.
No. I thought I was some kind of hero.
Omadlar streamga bosh kelmang. Raxmat kattakon. Sizga ham assalomu alaykum, xayrli kech va mana qul tomosha. Xayr akajon, joying sog' bo'lsin, yaxshi dam oling. Ertagacha uyqum kelyapti, rosa ham. Yaxshi dam oling. Xudo xohlasa keyingi streamlarda uchrashguncha rahmat.
I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny. But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense. It was the quickest way in. but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
Tak, bu nima? Rabash.
Besides, once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it.
Так, lekin botga уже винтовка kerak do'stlar. Bizga уже винтовка kerak.
Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell.
Zo'rg'a lekin bo'ldi boy.
A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
Jali bu dam olib o'tar ekan do'stlar. Bittalab. Hop, pastdan nimadir bor ekan, o'sha yaltilab turibdi, shuni olishimiz kerak do'stlar. Bitta ham qanaqadir ochkomish o'xshagan narsa bor. Kerakli ucha qo'yib qo'yibdi. Mana. Kartalar bo'ladi. O'sha har bitta kartalarni biz ochib, informatsiyalarni o'qiymiz. O'sha o'ldirayotgan varaqlarning to'g'risida bir qilarda o'sha chiqib qoladi. Tak, bu demak zo'da 4 bor ekan karta. Biz bittasini topdik, xolos. Tak, bu tomonga borishimiz kerak. Bu tomonga tushamiz. Endi bilmadim. Hayot tomonida bormay kelib yurib ko'ramiz. Tak, bu yerda menimcha hech narsa yo'q. Bu yoq tomonga borib ko'ramiz. Bu yerda hech narsa yo'q do'stlar. Faqat aylanib o'tadigan joy bo'ladi.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense.
Luckily,
I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come.
Tak. Pastga tushishda past tushar ekanmiz. Saxotkorroq bo'lish kerak. Men portlatib yuboramiz.
With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, the body has to know what he's shooting.
Agar bunga bitta tep ketsa, o'chkiga otib yuborishimiz kerak emas. Bu agar otib yuborsa, bu o'ladi do'st.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad blasted tube.
Voy, ketdi-yu. Nice. To'silib qoldik. Voy. Ichyo. Ani olib qo'yishdi bular. Qiynaldi. Menimcha men qochib ketishim kerak bo'lgan, chunki bu yoq tomonga men berkitib olganim toshlar bosib qoldim. Xullas, men ulgura olmadim do'stlar. Qayta qilamiz. Voy. Ochimiz kerak bo'lyapti.
I freely admit that my plan of attack is not just It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it. Instead, I spotted a ladder. Way into the mine from the opposite side.
Agar men shu tomonda borsam ham bunaqa bo'ladi, lekin u oxirida men sakrab tushaman, o'laman va ustimga ana temir nima o'sha yuradigan vagonga o'xshagan narsa meni boshimga tushadi. Bu xayol qilib ko'rgan ekan do'stlar. Endi hozir boshqachasiga o'tmoqchi. Tak. Bilmem olamiz. Baribir biza bu yoqdan o'tamiz.
It was a long way around, but that approach seemed more sensible at the time. Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution. Because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder.
Endi bilmadim, naryo tomonga sakrasam kerak.
I needed to make a leap of faith. I was determined not to give up, however. As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite distant. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water. But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder.
Ozmadir yonga bu. Tepa tomonga baribir o'zim tepaga chiqishim kerak. Hop, bu nima?
I picked the more convenient and more dangerous route.
Oh. G'irchilab chiqyapti bu hali. Voy.
Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there. The point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
Hozir menga do'stlar jang qilsak kerak. Bandit. Bu dinamitlar bilan bularni yo'q qilamiz shekilli.
This is gonna hurt. Well, it's just getting worse and worse for you.
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was going to take some doing.
Taking me! I got a lot more dynamite than you!
Olamiz.
I can shoot too! They're gonna bury you in a million pieces! What do you think you're doing? You said you could throw dynamite! Not yet! I need some help here! Come on! Wake up something faster than you!
Tak, hop. Düşman, hop.
My damn eardrums! I can't believe you keep missing!
Voy, hamma tomonlama otib tashlashdi. Hamma tomonlama otib tashlashdi. Bu brozimiz, ya'ni kim sheriklari ham bor, shu sheriklari menga o'qlarni otib orttirib tashladi. Ozgina joni qoldi. Ana yana.
What do you think you're doing? Lucky shot! Run! You can shoot, but can you aim? Catch this, you son of a bitch! Why don't you just join the
Ozgina yana bor do'stlar.
They're gonna bury you in a million pieces! Who said you could throw dynamite? What are you?
Yaxshi hozircha u bro'zi sheriklar bo'lsa vaqti qiyin bo'lib qoladi.
Medieval on your ass. He's pissing me off. See what it gets. This is gonna hurt. You ain't taking me. Trapping my ass.
Juda ham xavfli joyda turibdi to'sin lekin.
I can shoot too.
Buni yo'q qildik.
A lot of good men. You can shoot, but can you aim?
So that's how Henry Plummer died.
Henry Plummer qullar shunaqa qilib o'ldi deb gapiryapti ularga.
And now I was officially a bounty hunter.
Va bundan keyin men охота за головами официальный bo'ldim men deb. Xullas уже buni iziga tushgan o'sha.
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Where in Kansas?
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself.
Epizod 4 do'stlar John Hardin endi biz
He
ko'ramiz.
killed his first man at 15. From that day forward, he had a price on his head and wouldn't back down for nobody, not even Wild Bill Hickok himself.
Bistri или mертв. Chaqqon yoki halok bo'lgan. Tarjima qilinganda shunaqa bo'lyapti
I
do'stlar.
dodged death many a time, and that night in
Voy,
Abilene was
boshlanmasdan
no
hujumi.
I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob
Najita
and
Hardin
collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
Ano. Boshlanmasdan ruxsat hujum qilishdi. O mamlakat rojasi anchagina tezroq otar ekan do'stlar.
I thought the Texas Rangers got hard.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe.
Afsuski obdor tomonidan.
Stupid son of a bitch!
Samorodик где-то рядом. Так, вот смотрим bor ekan. Men tepa tarafdan da. O'ta bo'lish kerak menimcha u.
Show yourself, coward!
It was cold in a witch's tit and a brass bra that night
Yo,
as I
bo'tda lekin hech
fought my
narsa
way
yo'q.
past his
Yon
loyal
atrofda qanaqadir
compadres.
bir sekretli narsa borga o'xshab aytilyapti, lekin aynan qayerdaligi hozircha ancha ulan tepasidami.
Very same saloon we're sitting in today.
Xo'p, buni olishga oldik. Endi tepa tomonga chiqib ko'ramiz, balki o'sha tepa tarafdadir. Ha, mana. Yarli. Voy, rasmni qaranglar, mana kim ekan? Voy. Semiz oboq ekan va. Xo'p, o'zim qayerga borishim kerak? Najitchaga xardini salon, xardini topishimiz kerak. Hop, shu voy, shunchasini yo'q tashagan.
Look around and imagine this place painted in blood. Harden was
Agar
waiting for
uni
me.
shunchalik yo'q tashagan bo'lsa, bilmayman, u qanaqa bo'lar ekan.
Wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch. He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Harding was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking the lives of 42 men. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them. They didn't ask why I was there. They knew. Because most of them were wanted as well. I figured Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gunman. And that was easier said than done, as most of them were as foolish and full of bravado as I was. I had to spill a lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp. He was carousing in town with his closest friends. Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their Hefe of my unwelcome presence. Better 3 hours early than a minute too late.
God damn it! Shoot that son of a bitch! I think we're in trouble. Hit the dirt!
Tak boya Mehmet'ten çıktı şekilli o.
Stop that son bitch!
Aynen kattan
Let the boys
yapılmadı.
know we got another law dog.
Endi men buni yuqorilaylik.
Time to
I wondered if Bob was among them.
Chunki buni qarasa yana uzoqda drabaj unchalik qo'l kelmaydi. Mekanizmlar ham yaltirab shuni olishimiz kerak. Zina bor ekan, men sakrab o'tirdim. John Wesley Hardin. Demak, mana shu bo'ldi do'stlar. Xo'p, 1853-yilda Xaqiqat zapi degan ekan, bu anchagina kuchli kovboy bo'lgan ekan. Menimcha do'stlar bu bu bitta 42 ta odam o'ldirgan ekanmi? Xulosa shunaqa bo'lyapti. Так, новый уровень chiqdi. Так, ko'kiylar ko'ramiz. Перезарядка револьвера, о, машу kerak do'stlar.
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little
Mana
bit
mana shu
better.
tomonga kelganda bu ochma bo'lgan.
Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers.
Kelib qaytadan qilamiz.
Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story. I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
Shoot him! Shoot him!
Voy, zo'r bo'ldi bek.
I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon.
Tak, mana shu odam bizga bosh berib olganda o'zi shuncha voqealar bo'layotgan ekan. U qisqartirib qo'ydi. Xo'p.
Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to
Voy,
see me.
вообще bu qanaqa qilgani? Qanaqa bor edi, mana to'laydi. Tak, xo'p, yo tomondan emas bo'lmasa, voy, ikki tomondan chiqamiz bo'lmasa. To'g'ri bo'lamiz. Ancha kuchli jangchilar.
In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Qani yana? Shunda bularni bu o'ldirganmi? Yo, ani o'ldirgan bo'lsa ham, men o'ldirdim deb ularga yolg'on gapiryapti. Kartalarni qo'yib qo'ygan qarang.
You better hide.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the
Qancha
dead.
endi hozir chiqib keldi u.
But that was short-lived, as a moment later I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
Ana endi bu bilan menimcha duel qilsak kerak.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear.
Turishi boshqacha buni.
He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Voy, вообще tez bu.
No, wait! He didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
Ama прицелы полять вообще. Voy, chiqib o'rasan. Yaxshi oldi-yu, lekin ancha qiyshiqroq sal ketdi. Lekin anchagina kuchli ekan. Bekorga 40 tasini yo'q bormagan ekan o'zi.
That man was faster than grease lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless avenger took his life. Shot him in the back, just like this one. Anybody up for another beer?
Lekin uni men qo'lga olib berdim va u qamoqqa tushganda uni kimdir boshqasi o'ldirgan ekan. Menimcha u bilmadim, u to'qivordi shekilli do'sti. Xullas yolg'on gapirardi menimcha.
Thank you, darling. Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, did you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Epizod 5 do'stlar.
Yes, I did, Ben. I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf. Strangely enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
Men inglizlar bilan ham, ya'ni hindular bilan ham urushgan ekanman. Tanto со стопниками. Ular ana kitob bo'yicha gapirib bersa, u o'sha eski tushganlarni bu qanaqadir boshqacharoq to'qimaroq qilib gapiryapti.
And that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickle the nether regions of heaven.
Давным-давно далеко в горах уже то'qivardi shekilli.
Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death. Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him.
Ya tomondan aniq o'ta olmaydi u. Birinchi bu tomondan o'tishimiz kerak.
They saw me before I saw them.
Organ zarb kuchlilar kelyaptimi deyman. Tak, menimcha ochkomiz yo'q, ochko hali yo'q.
And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
They
saw me before I saw them. And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting has started, there was no backing down.
Ничего точно мumkin ekan, вообще yo'q. Oho. Qo'shimcha narsani topdik do'stlar, biza sekretni xullas o'sha ochko.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas, and that's why they had retreated there. I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
Bilmadim, kindular anchagina kuchliroq bo'lyapti. Bitta-ikkita ochishda uje buni yarador qiladi.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hiding.
Kimlikqa bo'ladi do'stlar. Only ma'muli yuradigan, vintovka yuradigan joy ekan.
A deep crevice that led to a deeper cave.
Don't tell me you went in there.
Yeah, but it's not out of bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness.
Hop, qayerda bo'lyapti? Volkani biza topishimiz kerak bo'lyapti. Menga bilasizlarmi, u mana shu o'qlashi yoqadi menga. Zo'r bo'lgan do'stlar.
See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down. Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
Bir tomonda ishlansa, bo'lmasa ketdi biza. Voy, voy. Oho, yaltilab turish vaqt tushib ekan. Seri Volk demak mana bu bo'layotgan ekan do'stlar. Voy voy, yosh katta-yu, amaki. Hop, ochko'yimiz ham chiqibdi. Takkayli bu yerda nima bo'lyapti? Bu yomon yaxshi. Urg'unimizga bo'ldik. Tak, agar misol uchun men uni yo tomondan ichkaridan o'tadigan bo'lsam, qanaqasiga aylanma joyga olib borishni biroz sal bilishimiz kerak do'stlar. Hozir bir daqiqa. Yo tomonga o'tib ketaman. Yo'q. Mana nima? Bo'ldi. Men to'g'ri ketamiz.
How big was this cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars.
Nah.
They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
Qani ekan?
How come you know so much about Indians?
A few years back, I was married to two Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the Cave of Death. I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the shadows. And I sensed he meant me no harm.
Bilasizmi, xuddi boshqa istoriyani bo'sh tashiganga
If you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind.
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow.
He said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by an elder pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
Ehtiyotkorroq bo'lishimiz kerak. O'q tekkani yomon bo'ldi lekin. Endi bu yoq tomonga berkan olamiz. Naqas bunga qochish mumkinmi? Xuddicha o'qli yetib bormayapti o'qib. Ya, gaz bo'lib ketdi do'stlar. Man, shunday shekilli.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly one just appeared. Kind of like a mirror. I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever. Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering white water river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back. I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo is right. Are you making this all up as you go?
A few details may be fuzzy, brother, but I am relating exactly what happened to me. There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high. Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady.
Odamlar shunchalik ko'p edi, men uni aniq qila olmadim. Balki shunaqa ko'pmidi deb, men o'ylaganimchalik juda ham ko'p edi. Endi bilmadim, bu bilan rosa quloqqa lag'mon ilib haligi gapirib berayotgan shekilli. Qo'shib chatib video.
I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap. Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me. Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
Очко навыком chiqdi. Keyin hozir kerakini prezervatka kerak. Tak, men bosh urinib konditsiya просто сотрудничество понятия еще больше урона. Keyin mana shu yaxshi.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who are you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
shunchasi bilan gapirib beradi, shunchasi bilan men olishdim, tushdim menda.
And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before.
I
followed it as I desperately needed to find out what Grey Wolf was trying to tell me. But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air. Never did find him. And never did collect my goddamn bounty.
Xullas o'sha bo'ri bo'lgan, o'sha bo'rini odam deb o'ylagan va unga yolg'on gapirib beryaptim ularga. Xullas ko'ziga bo'ri bo'lib ko'ringan do'stlar. Men ularni qalamshab ushlamadim, tutolmadim devorda.
How the truth can sometimes seem might malleable depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand.
Epizod 6 do'stlar.
Those Daltons were lawmen once, before they all went bad, robbing banks and trains clear across the territory. Until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of right?
I did my best, sir. We all did.
Мне зовут охотником за головами.
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing about how he had no ambition. Or you're nobody with Jesse James. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeeville just to shut her up.
Right. It's always the woman's fault.
Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off. Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property.
Hop, nimalar? O, pullami. Qani pullar? Yaqin atrofda sekretli narsa bor ekan. Hop, qattiq bo'pti. Menimcha ichkarida bo'pti do'stlar.
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, high noon, a posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys. They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months. Now they finally had them dead to rights. Those boys had a reputation as stone cold killers, so the marshals took every precaution. No one knew
tez taslim bo'lmagan. Boyaga bilmadim, qisqaroq qilib, shunaqa bo'lib kirib va ularni yo'q qilib tashladim dedi va la'monlarni ilib tashladi shekilli bor.
Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker.
This man had no intention of letting the Daltons slip away. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually. We just gotta wait to suck the bitches out.
This bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. He went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind. He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank.
Aynen, yo'l paydo bo'lyapti, u ham bilmayman. Kitobdan o'qigan
He
shunaqa
figured
bo'lgan
out how to
ekan.
hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting.
Tepaga bo'lyapti bu.
From above. Fortunately, a water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did. It's brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
Sakrasam kerak. Oh ya. Voy voy. Pastga tushamiz.
We've got company.
Heroic men like him, who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free. Like Jim Bowie and Davy Crockett, who died defending the Alamo.
Hop, menimcha bundan chiqib ketsak kerak.
Is that Silas Greaves? Son of a bitch! Bitch!
Smash the bottle. Hop.
Over there!
Qanaqasiga mo'atdim men unaqa bo'lib. Haqli bu.
That's Silas Greaves!
What the hell? Blam! Blam! He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons. His name,
Deyarli bir qilib faqat u tomdan tushgan vaqtda ani pulmoy kirib borganim gapirib
he was the
beribdi.
last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened. It was early evening, not high noon. Daltons blew up the safe. We're all set to hightail it out of there. I was late to the party and Coffeeville was already up in arms. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
Stepanita, лидер, любовник, лох. Мам, горели.
I'd been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless. And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeeville.
Go ahead!
You won't need a cat!
Meni aldash kerak do'stlar. Tak, menimcha bu yoq tomonga kirmasak kerak. Ular pulni olib bilmayman, ular qochib ketayotgan ekan, o'shani biz to'xtatishimiz kerak.
No those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions.
Очкоimiz berildi. Так, nima qiladan больше контактик будто еще более контакт. Bu nima? Namida bu kerak emas. Xo'pmayli, kelaman bola qolsin.
I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose them. The problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons go up to somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those two families have been feuding forever.
Oh, qanaqa zil kim otdi endi qochayotganda.
Get those boys! Kill them! Shoot them down! They ain't getting away with this! Come on! We gotta get out of here! I think they know who we are! First every idea was this!
And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths, pissing off the offers whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeyville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
Yo, bu bo'ldi shekilli do'stlar. Kirar ekanmiz shekilli. Ayo, tomondan. Voy, to'rtta bo'lgan ekan. Bunda. Hop, bo'lmasa qattiq kiramiz bo'lmasa.
The Dalton boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least two of them to escape.
Judayam qiyin bu. Shunda portlayotgan narsa tushib ketdi.
He decided to stand his ground and face me down.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Reeves. This is where it ends for you.
He was determined to protect his brothers. I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
You ain't getting by me, Reeves.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeyville. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him?
But
I have to admit, that boy had grit.
Ya, все охотинgizni qilaman. Men hali ham shu охотинgizni qilaman.
We'll get those suckers.
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
They can't get away
Demek
with this.
insini,
And
ya'ni
in that
bittasini
time, a
o'ldirgan
whole
bo'lsa, yana
posse
ikkita
of
bor.
local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track him to the
Lekin rasmda
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws.
shunda
But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
Ketdik do'stlar, davom ettiramiz.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks.
Qizil flag bilan biz borishimiz kerak bor do'stlar.
It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color, red as blood.
Voy, to'qor shekilli bu.
The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
Bury them in the swamp. Let them where they stand.
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm. So I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
Tak, bu yoq tomonga borish kelyapti. No, bu yoq tomonda hech narsa yo'q.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
Hop, nima bo'ldi? Shularni san topdingizsa yo'q. Boshda olsam bo'lmadi. Bundan oldin shu uni do'stlarini yo'q qilish kerak edi deb. Hikoyasini davom ettirib ketyapti do'stlar bu. Hozir bir daqiqa.
The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
Ja, I'll take it out. Wait, what? Ryan bo'lganlarni zo'rg'ib qo'yib lekin bor. Naqasiga u buni yorim chiqayotgan paytda men otib yuboribman. Yaxshi kelyapti bu.
Kill him for crying
Ne qoldi tushunmadim. Yana otdi, qattiq otdi ekan. Dinamitlar bilan o'zang yuvib ketdi shekilli.
Point being, I was under serious attack, and my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Nimani kutib o'tiribsan? Qanaqadir alchiqli, suvli joyda ekan.
But luckily, a barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view.
Asli unaqa paydo bo'lishi mumkinmi? Buni yonidan qanaqadir ambar chiqib keldi.
But just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running through the bushes. Of course, I followed them. But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve? So I just started walking, and pretty soon... Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
Detsinmiş. Baya boqacha gapiradi-da.
Indians? There were Indians?
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
Shunchaki ko'zim ilinib qopti, shuncha qolmay qopman.
Where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Hop, demak hozir qayerda bo'lyapti bu? Nima bilan ketaveramiz akkaliga? Ne bir tamam diyorsan.
Bounty hunter! Stop that, son bitch!
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet, but I did find a few of their cousins. You can't breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family? I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
Zo'r chiqib keldi lekin mana shu joylarga o'tiribman.
You can't get me. Ain't bothering me none.
Блин. O'qlarim uchib kelishini qaraylik. Kelib yotamonni o'tamiz. Modda.
Those Dalton boys were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them.
Ikkinchi ano'la o'g'irlar, ikkinchisi men cho'tda u bo'lish kerak edi. U men yaqin qoldim. Yo'l gapini davom ettirib ketyapti bu.
And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat? In a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
Guess it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was in that a fusillade of bullets come raining down and those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men, thought I saw some familiar faces.
Rostdan do'stlar, qanaqasiga bunaqa balchiqli joyda paydo bo'lishi mumkin u? Tak, urgunimiz ko'paydi. Tak, keling, hozir yopiq, menimcha keling, men bo'la qolsin.
It's you or me.
Tushmadi, ana bochka endi portlash edi.
Somewhere up there, the Daltons were waiting on me.
Nimadirlar tushib ketdi bor. Tak, yaqin orada. Mana yaxshi deb sesi o'tadigan. Tak, qatidram, menimcha bu tomondan. Yo'q, bu tomondan emas. Shuni tepasida bo'lishi mumkin. Menimcha mana shuni tepasida do'stlar.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do it. Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
Mana do'stlar. RVOJIGA. Buni bundan o'tgan, ya'ni ki mana shu Juarez Oldin bitta o'ynaydiku, ko'kkalar bo'ladi. Bunda ham mana shu pulemyot bor edi. Bu Gatling bo'g'atdi do'stlar, 1861-yilda chiqqan ekan. Tushunarli. Turishini o'ylayib bunday tomonga chiqishi kerak.
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. Turned out that they had me.
Take him out!
Yana qo'lga tushdi.
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a river, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Oh, yeah, but I was in a fight.
Did you hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
We're talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed dead. I don't think they're float.
So anyway...
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
Oh, God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Breeze?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. It was time to settle this once and for all.
Yaxshi bu otilar ekan, qizib ketsa ham otilar ekan.
About to come at me one at a time. They were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
Qaysi biri endi o'tib qoladi bu? Men narsa o'tdi. Так, demek ikinci soat o'tdi. Da juda ham qiyin.
They got it wrong.
Sad
end for those two. If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds. paroled 14 years later. He moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two brothers. My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told.
Epizod 7 do'stlar.
It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas. But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo, Roscoe Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the wild bunch.
Xuddi o'sha uchaki ukka to'g'risida bitta gapirib berdi do'stlar. Boylik ular yomon bo'lmagan ekan, lekin ularni qanaqadir qatl qilishgan, ko'rsatib o'tdi. Bitta gaplarni tez-tez gapirganim uchun men uni o'qishga qamata ulgura olmadim. U bitta shu Bob degani qochib yurgan ekan undan, ular shuni topib yo'q qilish kerak bo'ladi.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
Let's Bob yo'q qilish kerak bo'lyapti. Wait, what? What?
I found the device they used to blow the tracks, so I knew I was headed in the right direction.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that bridge. What?
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there.
Hozir tomonga boramiz. Undan oldin orqani yaxshilab tekshirib olishimiz kerak do'stlar. Nima narsalar bor? Balki o'ta sekretli narsalar ham bordir. Bo'lishmadi, shu tomonga borishimiz kerak. Eng qizig'i bilasizlarmi do'stlar, buni ovozlari va umuman gameplayi anchagina bundan oldingi o'ynaganimizdan kattagina farq qiladi va yaxshiroq qiladi. Shu tomonlama ham ko'p qilingan.
I jumped from the fire van into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados.
Tak, ochkoyimiz bor. Kelinglar, hozir nimani qilsa ekan? Tak, bu nima? Ya, bu trabak kerak emas, to'g'risi. Na, kelma, shunday qolsin.
Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my friend.
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day.
Tak, bu temsh narsa. Mana shu joylarni ajoyib qo'ygan do'stlar. Goddamn
law dog.
As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
Cocksucker's fast.
Bu qidirishimiz kerak, bu qayerda ekan? Tak, bence bu yot tomonga bora olmaymiz. O ancha tepada ekan. Bence bu yot tomonga chiqib kerak.
Times it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back.
My rocket. Wow. Menimcha qayerga borishimiz kerak. Mana tomonga da'vatdir, lekin bu teglarni o'zi yo'q bo'lgan.
I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome. As usual.
Who the hell is that? Retreat! Retreat!
Hal o'lmaganmi men bu?
They'll kill us all!
Oh, mana qayt yo'q. Так, рядом bir bola qol. Ancha anu,
Guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they?
Oh, mana.
Only a few stragglers were left. I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail. Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nosed Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry. And maybe Elsie, though some folks might dispute that.
Right, can has all qoldi. Ben bosdim lekin uni ochishi tezroq bo'ldi. Yaxshi otdim, lekin u birinchiniga o'qi tezroq edi do'stlar. Yomon otdimamiz. O'qimagan deb qoldi. Yo, yana u birinchi chiqargandan keyin ochishim kerak bo'ldi. Вообще.
On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America. They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that. I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
Xullas, men tushunishim bo'yicha o'sha Bob Bryan
Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a
ukasi
camp right
nima
outside
o'ldirilgan ekan
Parachute,
shekilli, o'shaning uchun
Colorado.
bu asno olib yurib turadi.
Someone's coming. Who the hell's that?
Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down.
Show yourself!
Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty.
Uch kesidi.
I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts.
Yana boyigan o'tgan joyiga o'xshaydi do'stlar.
And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific. The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports.
Voy, обширю bu. На следующий день. Деньги кундуз.
Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the wild bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was going to rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. And I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped
Yo'lda
my
paydo bo'lib
attention.
ketdim.
Don't you blow us up now. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
But the Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one.
Xullas, o'sha dinamitlarni mabza o'chirib chiqishimiz kerak ekan. Yaramas. Hop, ochko'yimiz bo'pti do'stlar. Keyin hozir relay qo'yib olamiz. Tak, bu nima? Okey, nima qo'yamiz? Qanchagina yaxshi ekan bu. Mamnuncha kirsa. Kelime o'qlaymiz.
So, what happened then?
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
Yana paydo bo'lsa kerak yo'l, ha.
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
So that was all the dynamite?
Funny you should mention that, darling. As actually there was a fourth charge impeding my progress. Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
Olha. Axir o'ldirishdi. Yaqinroq borishim kerak emas. Bitta boshiga zo'r bo'ldi lekin.
Proceeded onward and realized that that way just wasn't going to work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Hop, qayerga endi boramiz? Tak. Voy, o, tepaga ketyaptim. Tak, rядом tepada. Qayerda bo'lish? Tepasida bo'lish. Nimaga endi pastga tushyaptim? Mana o do'stlar. Curry. Hop. Zadание bo'yicha qat'iy ketishimiz kerak o'zi. Nayet.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it.
Kaç kere kaldı?
The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. I thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer.
Tezroq borish kerak bu to'nka
I
totdi.
knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment. Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge. Well, it was a touching reunion.
Yana yo'lmi?
But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass
atroflarda
as I was not a
sekretni
young
bor
man
edi.
anymore.
Voy voy.
Of course, I had to tread
Sekretni oladigan
carefully.
narsa bor edi. Endi
Otherwise, I could,
men
well,
boyagi
die.
dinamitni o'chirish uchun tezroq yo tomonga bordiman. Qutulib ketmaslik uchun qaysidir bir tarafda sekretni narsa bor edi do'stlar. Endi bilmadim, obratno orqaga borish. Hop, qaysi tarafga boramiz? Qaysi tarafda teng qildi borib? Yopilib qoldi shekilli. To'g'ridami? Men bordim-ku. Mayli do'stlar. Mana men bitta ekan. Men bitta bo'lishi mumkin do'stlar. As. Qayerda u endi u? Xullas, mana shu qaysidir bir joyda edi do'stlar, mana biz ketdik. Hozir unga vaqtni ketkazmaymiz.
I hope you understand how badly my adventure might have ended had I not been as careful as hell. But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore.
That is make him bleed! Send him to perdition!
Finally, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
He's crazy to get where he asked me! Dirtier than a damn fruitcake!
Ovozi qarang. Tepaga chiq.
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
Oh, o'tirgan joyini qaraylik. Kid Curryni qaraylik.
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me. Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. That's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally. You're gonna bleed!
Da, endi bu bilan duel. Balki osonroq bo'lar. Voy, umuman cho'zilib ketdi-yu.
Fast as he was, I was just a bit faster. And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me, "Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him."
Oh, chiroyli bo'ldi.
Those were his last words.
Bu topishimiz kerak do'stlar. Oxirgi biraga shu bo'lyapti shekilli.
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kinda glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
Jesse James, do'stlar, 8-epizod.
Jesse James? The greatest outlaw who ever lived?
Jesse and his kin rode with Quantrill when he raided Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
Mert Verxonni astalniy mujrimcha ekan. Navbatdagi zadaniya do'stlar.
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this Jim.
Yugurib qoldim mayli.
wait a second. Now, how'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
O, yana boshqatdan gapirib beradi, eslab beradi.
They hopped a freight train, having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So, I hopped the same train.
What the heck is that?
The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head. Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I reached
James
that...
Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your lonesome. Again, I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Jesse James man beken voy, bosh bugün.
Find the gentleman's facilities. Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show you.
Endi qancha?
Never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Boy, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off.
But you seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better. Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Star? Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
Demotte.
At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
It's the damn Pinkertons!
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother. It was no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted to be dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember.
I bet you are.
Tak, tepeye chiqamiz do'stlar. Anaqasiga.
Creative way to make my way forward. I wondered if I was ever going to find the front of that train, or the bastard I was after. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Anaqasiga men ko'rmadim, kim otdi.
Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
Gotta reload again!
Bu tog' yoniga borib o'ldirguncha. Bunday tushunarli. Tak, nima bo'ldi? Точно. Qanaqasiga men uni otdim umuman. To'sa like bosamiz, qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz. Tushmadi, u meni yonimga kelib pichoqda o'ldirib qo'ydi. Tepada turib olib, rosa otdiyoman. Ya men lekin tushunmayman. Kim o'ldiryapti meni? Qanaqa kelyapti u yot tomonga?
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself. There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
Men Yolg'On turgan hali. Ya bosh.
It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train.
Why?
I could see Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
You had a showdown with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah.
Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you.
Men voqea ulgurdim-ku, lekin otardim ham. Ko'rdinglar, qanaqadir provalniy narsa bo'ldi. Xullas, chestni bo'lib qochish kerak. Birinchi u chiqarish kerak. O'shaning uchun yana ham o'sha to'pponchasini rosa ham o'ynatdi, lekin bor. Ham mana ham otib qo'ydi.
I didn't kill Jesse James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that Jim fella? What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle.
To'rttasini olibmiz. Bu yaxshi do'stlar. Bespashani do'stlar.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch Jim. I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. The perfect place to hide out from the authorities.
Tak, ochkoyimiz bor qolib, qasni qilsa ekan, bu taraf dinamit kerak emas bizga. Tak, vamos a Trabakdan quvvat yapmanmi? Balki kelaman bo'la qoladi.
In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the Reds and were hiding out from the military found me first. They probably thought I was a cavalry scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were.
Indians?
Yeah, they could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then.
Yana hindular.
Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul.
Yana unga viski qo'yib berganmiz. Bu Juarez kayf olib qolib haqlansan gapiryapti.
Now where was I? Indians, right? I had more than my share of run-ins with the Red Man. Like that time, did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I can still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men. Will grow until it consumes everything you are.
Ci polizziamo temati.
Did you ever find it? Who? The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
Mr. Greaves, are you all right?
Ooh, death, Oh, death.
Gaplashib qoldim.
Won't you spare me over till another year? What is
Men bu revolver chiqadi ekan do'stlar. U kishini qilgan sari chiqadi bo'lar ekan.
With ice cold hands taking hold of me. Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell. Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? Oh, death, won't you spare me over till another year?
So are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me. Nothing.
Endi boshqa istoriyaga o'tib ketamiz. Frank James.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close.
Frank James tepada ekan u.
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well. He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me. Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
Yo'q, menimcha xayolida bo'lib ketdi shekilli
James gang?
The James gang. Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite. On your person.
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them.
Kim bu?
And that son of a bitch! Die! Take him out! He's just one man! Put him down! I want that bastard dead!
shack, well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
Hala shunda ham o'lmabdi.
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life. Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will. At this point, I just don't give a shit.
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
Jimmy Reed deb topishimiz kerak. Xo'p, qayerda bo'tdi? Endi bu yerga bormasa kerak, qayerda bo'tdi? Mana. Ketdik do'stlar. Jimmy Reed deb endi yo'q qilishimiz.
So what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts, because I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again. But rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that son-of-a-bitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me. It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Someone please kill him.
Так, kelar qo'yimizni tak. Bu nima? Kelma qo'yamiz. Rosa çıktı ya o'zi.
Eventually, it was just me and Reed. I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers. And repay him I did.
Sложность 60% bo'pti bizda do'stlar. Bu albatta 100% menimcha bilmadim. Bo'lmasa kerak, faqat boshga ochish kerak.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty bait.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame you never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
Voy, epizod yana orqaga qaytib ketdi.
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
Sanjar papkir aka g'amma uxlab qolibdi-ku. Сюрок ekansiz. Хороший, плохой, мертвый do'stlar. Bu mancha adashmasam уже finalnisi bo'ladi do'stlar.
40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers.
1910 yil.
Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now. Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
For all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am.
Tak, bu yerda qanaqadir sekretniy joy borga o'xshayapti, menimcha.
Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I've been after that killer forever. From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades.
Oluvchi topilmayapti. Tepada deyapti. Hop, tepada agar men misol uchun chiqadigan bo'lsam. Manimcha yo'q do'stlar, o'sha. Hop, bitta bo'lyapti. Voy, turgan joyini qaranglar. Arojalaring chiroyligini qaranglar do'stlar.
The town was falling apart, just like me.
Hammalar tuzoq. Hop, nima qilamiz endi?
but I wasn't about to call it quits. Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Greaves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The wild bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Ryan's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
Ya bunaqa janglarda вообще lekin. Voy, ikkita leva otadi, ha?
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us today.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack.
Put that geezer in the ground.
I'm o'lmadi bo'layman.
Because when I woke up...
From the dead?
There was silence all around me.
Voy, qushda ketib qopti-yu.
I can swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy, the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop. Here, there, even over there.
So I am right. You are touched in the head.
Mr. Greaves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer. Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing.
Voy, namchi bu. Ana
But I knew that old war horse had
qolgan.
died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition.
O'ldirganlarning ruhlari ko'rinib turish. Bu ko'p ichorganlar do'stlar bu.
I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me. In the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Yana tomonda bor.
Appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Hammasini o'ldirganlarimni xullas ko'ziga ko'rinib yuribdi deb gapirib yuribdi bu. Mani eshitganlarim точно ishonmayapti. Menga tom ketib qoldi bunda. Chunki istoriya qanaqadir o'zgarib ketdi, kalkashib ketdi.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan. Guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance.
Wait.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, Guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy. Thought. Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
Aynen shuni tortgan bo'lsam baribir. Hayat. Yaramas. Ozgina qoldi. Bitta qoldi. Shuni yo'q qilganimizda bo'ldi do'stlar.
I heard a voice call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Menimcha endi ikkita bo'ladi shekilli.
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you.
You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Edda's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
Xo'p, demak, menimcha ikkalasini biz yo'q qilishimiz kerak katta. Мексиканский дуэль. Используйте QA для приключения фокуса для его. Смотреть на вас. Чарли. Вот вообще qiyin bu do'stlar. Tushunarli. U qanaqasiga? Demak, naryo tomonga qarab turibdi. Tushunarli. Benim chalkashtiryapti do'stlar. Judayam qiyin-ku bu.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
Do'stlar, epilog va biz buni oxirida tugatamiz.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob? There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
Oh, do'stlar, bu
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Demek do'stlar, bu bo'lyapti. Endi bilmadim. Kelinglar, mes bo'lsa bu qasos oladi, prasheniya bo'lsa bu kechiradi. Endi bu boshqa qilmayman degan o'sha ancha baribir ham o'tib ketgan odam, ko'plar o'sha o'lgan. Mayli kelinglar, o'zi prasheniya biz qilib ko'ramiz. Ko'ramiz nima bo'lar ekan.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Wanted to suss you out, Bob. See what kind of man you turned out to be. Maybe prod you into drawing on me. See, all those years on your trail turned me into a killer. Can't even remember who I was before you tried to murder me. You, on the other hand, walked that very same path in exactly the opposite direction.
What do you mean by that?
You think your life is worth sparing, Bob? Boy, what's your name again?
It's Eisenhower, sir. Dwight Eisenhower.
What do you plan to do with your life, Dwight Eisenhower?
Tomorrow I'll be leaving for West Point, sir.
So, you want to be a soldier? Well, then do it right, son. Don't tear down the world out of anger and spite like I did. You build it up. You do something decent with your life. You hear me?
Sir? Yes, sir.
I won't have it said I left you with nothing, Bob.
Mana do'stlar, bizning o'sha mashhur o'yinimiz Call of Juarez Gunslinger o'yini tugadi. Ajoyib qildi, shuncha baribir gaplashib yurganda, shuncha qilib yurganda, что bilindiki shu Bob buni yonida bo'lgan, oradan ancha yillar o'tgan, qarib qolgan o'zi. Ajoyib qo'ygan lekin bu do'stlar. Kelib agar hozir продолжить ko'ramiz hali. Доступна новая игра, начать новая начинали, бы уже новая игра была. Хоп, начать игру, все история. Manimcha продолжить там, qani воспоминания bo'lsa, эпилог. Shunda shunaqa bo'lyaptiki, voy, вообще. Agar продолжить qiladigan bo'lsa-chi, agar boygilar bilan otib ushlatgan bo'lsa-da kerak emas do'stlar. Endi kelib o'ldirib ko'ramiz. Agar o'ldirib ko'rganda nima bo'lardi?
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character.
Ko'ramiz hozir. Ayo bu boshqatdan bo'layotgan ekan tushunarli. Yo'q, kelib bo'lmasa men buni o'ynab o'tirmayman, chunki bunga anchagina vaqt ketadi. 4 soatlik o'yin ekanda, lekin taqriban men o'sha qiyin rejimida o'tdimman. Hop, kelib menyuga tushamiz. Buni misol uchun endi bu yog'i odam o'ziga bog'liq do'stlar. Bobni tirik qoldirish kerakmidi, yo'qmidi? Men lekin baribir tirik qoldirishga harakat qildim. Endi to'g'ri qani turib unga yomonlik qilgan, ko'plar o'ldirgan, u xullas Bob qochib yurgan, lekin o'sha South Gris uni orqasidan qidirib yurgan, u o'sha Bob qattiligini bilgan ham, o'shaning uchun ham bu yoq tomonga o'sha barga kirib, o'sha bor hikoyani gaplashib, ko'plarga yetib yurganini yurib, xullas sirni ochgan va buni bilib qolgandan keyin Bob o'shaligini qo'rqib ketgan. Va biza o'tda ikkita yo'l qoladi, yo o'sha Bobni o'ldirish yoki uni kechirish. Biz endi albatta kechirishni tanladik. Menimcha yomon kontsovka bo'ladi. Bilmadim, agar balkim o'ldirganda plaxov kontsovka bo'lib tugaydi menimcha. Plaxov kontsovka bo'lib, ani yomon bo'lib, вообще yaxshi bo'lib ketardi menimcha. Bu tanlaganimiz menimcha yaxshi kontsovka bo'ldi do'stlar. Shunaqa gaplar, mana sizlar bilan 4 soat ichida mana shunday ajoyib o'yinni tugatdik. E'tibor uchun kattakon rahmat do'stlar. Chatda yozganlarga, like bosganlarga. Xudo xolasa yana keyingi streamlarda uchrashguncha deb qolaman. G'alaba doim sizlar tomonda bo'lsin. O'zingizlarni ehtiyot qilinglar, sog'lig'inglarni asranglar, zero sog'lig'ingizdan boshqa boyliginglar yo'qdir. Arzmiyda aka, Sanjar papga rahmat kattakon e'tibor uchun.
Sizlarga bu o'yin yoqqan bo'lsa, bilinglarki, men bundan xursandman. O'zinglarni ehtiyot qilinglar. Keyingi jonli efirda uchrashguncha salomat bo'linglar.